Classic 9 a.m. prelim on a Thursday. You wake up for it, you join it, and there is 10 out of 12 minimal players available. Hey Kanye, just wanted to say thanks for the advice on those manipulative techniques you mentioned some days ago. It really did wonders. I'm glad it worked for you.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Monch, 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 nice sandwich, monch, monch.
Really, Canister, how does a prelim work? Really what? A prelim needs 12 people to fire. Once it fires, players proceed to play 4 rounds of constructed Magic the Gathering. Which I guess could be limited Magic the Gathering if it's a limited prelim, but then you win prizes based on that.
He's a phenomenal control player.
You are literally the best.
Based on that table. So you can win qualifier points, which... Ooh, 11 people. Damn. So you can get the qualifier points which you can then use to enter the MOX events. And it costs 200 play points to enter. Oh, alright, we're firing. Nice. Will I play Scam with Questing Druid? I wasn't planning on doing so. Ay ay ay. On the draw smite fairy not so good. Let's get Zagov. Just seen that players missing and join myself. Thank you. Gonna go Zagov, Fountain, Trap the Amulet. Maybe Sedge the Saga. Instead of chopping amulets, same thing, I guess, slightly better. So I guess in the immediate sense, I guarantee that I can make constructs, which constructs will be an issue. So just bind. Now we're gonna Tefari the Saga. Has to be. Tefari's gonna be dying, but such is life sometimes. Sometimes your Tefari dies. Solitude. Next turn they play Saga, I have a turn to go Land Cycle, Charles into Beans and Biguchi. It seems interesting to me they attacked face and not Tefari. Seems like Safari is gonna cause issues for them down the line, possibly. Because this is turn 1. Okay, so this doesn't bounce this in time, but I mean still. Let's go Steam Vents. Charlesos Agentos. White card is nice, also a way to remove Amuletti next turn. So I'll
He's
die
a
if they have
phenomenal control
two
player.
normal lands and a Titan, I guess. But that's fine. Unfortunately, no white card for Solitude. Also, Xenovan, thank you for the sub. Was an OBM reprint. Valakut, okay. Guess they're gonna shoot the Fari? No? Opponent really doesn't care about the Safari, but... Shouldn't they? Alright, I guess I go to 1. Isn't this supposed to be the bean killer? What's supposed to be the bean killer? Valakut? No, it's like Spike had a version of beans that didn't have outs to Valakut, and it was fairly... It was fairly bad against Valakut, yeah, but... This is also Amulet Titan, so it's different. You can just kill the Dryad to prevent Valakut. I will die to another Dryad if I don't go for Charles Agent. Let's go for a Charles Agent. Should have plus Safari if I did that. Also negotiation. Alright, now I'm sweating. Alright, chat, give me a white card. Why aren't we just solituding? Because then I think I'm do that to another Dryad. Alright, we got it. Still need to not die to whatever is in my opponent's hand,
He's
but we have a second
phenomenal
solitude,
control
so
player.
actually Giga rewarded for my decision. And also if I just solituded, then I don't know. But yeah, the true mistake was plastic Tefari and then casting Charles. If I had Tefari In hand, I could guarantee at least picking up the binding to have a white card guaranteed, even if that would be a bad line. Would still give me, you know, extra odds to win. Can I kill the Dryad in response to Valaco trigger? Will it check again on resolution if there is enough mountains? Yes. Definitely forcing that. I guess it's awkward if they play the One Ring, but not that awkward. I have 3 beans in play, so I should be taking infinite turns roughly soon, and you know, if they happen to have a second Dryad after that, it's just too awkward. Can get back Boseiju, which I think I'm largely unconcerned about for the most part. Xenowan, Gothulu, Steffi Weffy, 2.5 and Ravy the Turtle, thank you for the subs today. We're only 28 minutes into the stream and you really made my day. Omnatski is good. Time Warp is good. Have I considered Dictate of Krufix in my taking turn stack? No. Have I ever gone down to the river to think while staring into the middle distance and skipping stones? Does skipping stones means throwing them into the river? I haven't done that, but I have heard that successful people tend to take walks where they just walk and think without distractions. So yeah, I don't do that too much. Time warp. Let's do the time warp again. Congratulations on top 8 of the Super League, thanks. It wasn't too hard yesterday as everyone else has decided to play a meme deck. Alright, let's cut Force of Negation but bring in Commandeer ×2. Cut Magmatic Sinkhole. Probably Supreme Verdict is fine to have, maybe one. Like, I guess it's blue for Commandeer 2. Time Warp in. Subtlety, Font of Vigor in. It's got Leyline Binding, because of the bossage weakness, and add ingot chewer instead. And probably cut fire ice because it's fairly poor. 4 Omnath, maybe not necessary, maybe a commandeer instead. I'm weak to a resolved ring. I need to bounce it with the fairy and then commandeer it. If I do it this way. So I have 2 binding. Maybe 3 Omnath only. Alright, 61. 61 sounds good to me. Oh, I mean, we kinda don't do anything. Then we go turn 3 Shell's Agent, but then we have Subtlety. Alright, let's keep. Not many shield reds were cast, yeah. But I have to admit the shield red didn't seem trivial to cast either. In Doomwake's deck, and you know, the fact that they are essentially colorless for the purposes of pitching to anything. Kind of a problem, right? Like, I don't know about that. Seemed kind of fishy to me. I think the Shielders was a new development. Well, it was, yeah. I don't know, it was just for the Super League, but I would like to draw a Force of Vigor. I would no longer want to draw a Force of Vigor. Ooh, that's a good draw. The Time Warp again. How well do I think Transposition versus Beans and Scam right now? Would you play it in a small field over Amuletti? I think Amuletti and Scam and Tron are gonna be roughly similar versus those decks, with the ball being mostly in the court for those decks and deciding how many Blood Moons in Scam and how many answers to either ramp deck people play. Oh shit. Resolves. Maybe I should have. I mean, Commandeer is just so funny against the One Ring though. Force of Negation is kinda less funny. Maybe shouldn't have Verdicts. Need to get to 5 mana and Time Warp again, and then we're gonna be fine. Alright, the fairy for the next turn to bounce the Saga. But we can't hit the One Ring, Onion Ring. Just Scam with Druid. Why is Scam with Druid, I think, chat? What's the deal with Scam with Druid? After Merktide with Druid, it's time for Scam with Druid. That is downright crazy. Probably want to keep subtlety. Nikosynthos. Amuletos. Would I cast Force of Vigor if I draw Force of Vigor green card right now? I guess, then I can... It's slightly beneficial. Because then I copy and I get to Teferi bounce the amulet. Just 4-1 with Titan by watching your YouTube. Seemed right to raid you. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Enduro. No, I need to clench and survive a little bit, I guess. Jeszcze jedna. Jeszcze jedna. Probably bounce. I don't know if I bounce Saga or the amulet. Probably Saga. So removes 1 mana from them. Powabnie. Jak Michael Jackson, jeśli by umiał dancehall. Keeping this to block because, you know, I don't necessarily die, but double amulet is a little bit rough. But we have subtlety and murderous cut if subtlety, one subtlety hits the graveyard, so not non-zero chance to get to my turn and fight time warp, and then maybe if we draw Force of Vigor on the amulets we can stabilize. Other money. Leyline Binding is probably actually good to play, you just need not to bind Titans and then just bind amulets and rings, yeah. It's probably a better approach than boarding Leyline Binding out. Because also I play on the draw when your opponent plays turn 1 amulet, you get to play something. Something good. 6 mana. No nie mogę nie supletować, nie? How do you think the Questing Druid Scam matchup is with this deck? Probably fine. Wait, it's a green card in Scam, right? That's so bad. Doesn't pitch to either thing. Doesn't pitch to Fury, doesn't pitch to Grief. Doesn't work particularly well with anything. So now we have Murderous Cut available too, if we fetch Dogless Shrine. Titan on top. So a Joe Green Triumph. Opponent cleans up. We go this attack. Time warp. And then we draw a leyline binding. That's nice. I think I bind an amulet. Over binding the onion ring. Can draw sorcery speed cards. They might have Boseiju, but I might draw sorcery speed cards like time warp. Or I guess Zomnath. Have I seen the Tarask tech? Yes. For better or worse. I guess maybe we should exile this and then bounce this with the fairy since we got the time warp. No, the fairy can bounce the binding, I guess, then. It's not, I mean, it's not great, actually, because they get to copy it anyways. Maybe I should bounce ring. Or play Lurien. Oh, that seems good enough, though. I'm going to fetch Godless Shrine, bounce layer, and take out Amulet. That leaves them with an Amulet in play, so my Teferi did nothing. I guess it drew me cards. Bounce the ring, I guess. Then I play the other Teferi, bounce this too. And I keep with 2 Murderous Cats. Meow. Guess we can still draw a time warp right now if I do it this way. But yeah, it would have turned out better if this was in my opponent's hand and this under binding, I guess, but we interact as hard as we can, despite the misstep, I guess. Commandeer is probably pretty bad against Amulet. Just can seal the ring, but that's only it. You can seal Explore. Or a Pact. And then it's just so narrow. While forcing an Amulet is a better play. Force of Negation and Amulet is viable on turn 1. Commandeering it isn't quieted and it's worse, so probably bad to have any commandeers against Amulet. I was just thinking of the match I had against Mason Clark in the Super League a week ago where he commandeered my ring and I felt sad about that. Okay, they didn't copy the Amulet, so that's fine. Four to you. Or maybe just Leyline Binding is better to answer the ring. Even if Passages, like answering ring is fine. Fine-ish. With binding, even if they get to free it. Just never bind a Titan and that's fine. Alright, hopefully I don't die. I might die to Colossus, but there was no Colossus last turn, so should be no different. Well, it's gonna be a bit rough. I could Murderous Cat my Shardless Agent to look for Subtlety. I don't think I need to Subtlety a Titan, I need to Subtlety a Colossus, so we can let a Titan resolve. Because if it makes mana, the mana is to cast the Colossus still, right? Low, 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 low. So there's one subtlety in my deck. I could reshuffle. I have 27 cards, 3 beans. Not gonna draw into the second subtlety. But I need some advice from your chat. This artwork subtlety. Where is the head? Where is anything? Is this a bird-like head and a beak? This is a hand reaching and another hand reaching from the other side. Kinda pouncing. Do I read this correctly? Is this an eye? Is this a huge beak that's open from the bottom, or is it just a small beak like this? I don't know. I think small beak. This is the ass. That what you're saying is crazy. Well, it's 5 minutes, by the way. And I thought I was the slower one. I was in a club when that song was new, and this one guy was dancing while somehow most of his body was only a few inches off to the ground, but still unable to move the floor fully. Was naughty. Was naughty. Damn. Hello, Mr. Streamer. How do you feel about playing Fury in this deck, or there not a lot of Yawgmoth online to warrant it? There is a decent amount of Yawgmoth online. Fury is decent against Yawgmoth, but it's also like not really anything to like. I don't think Fury substantially changes the matchup because you still kind of lose the same way when you like are forced to pitch before you establish card advantage, and they get Yawgmoth all the same, and they get to draw cards with that. And Fury is not really like particularly good against the Undying creatures, nor is it particularly good against Yawgmoth itself. So I don't buy into Fury is so good against Yawgmoth. Like it's not bad. It's like probably an upside bet to have it, but it's not that big of a deal. And my deck just doesn't support Fury, and I prefer to support Force of Negation than to support a Fury, because Force of Negation, I think, is useful against a much more broad section of the metagame, which is, you know, like 40% of it or something, and not just a tiny little bit. They play land already? They did play Seeming Grove Chamber, yeah. A good Grazer. Is there any reason to use the Murderous card on the Colossus during its first trigger? Little reason to do that. So yeah, like, since if I had Fury in my deck, like, then I wouldn't... I prefer a deck that, you know, has access to counter magic and support Commandeer against Tron, and can Time Warp combo against decks, because I just find it really useful to have Time Warp against a deck like this. Like, it created immense advantage in this game, for example. So yeah, I'm not playing Fury in this exact version, but do you treat your groin like junk, or do you trim the pubic area? It's a good question. Copy Amulet? Fine. So I can't play lands anymore. I think Fury is pretty strong against Folklore Mirrors, Red, Black, and Yogg, which I think is a good representative of the format. Okay. So I've been thinking that it's not the case, but maybe I'm wrong. But I've been only really liking Fury against... Rather, I prefer, like, I much prefer Time Warp to Fury against Folklore Mirrors. It's like miles better, I think. Is Notion Thief a decent card versus Bean? With all the removal drawing as well, feel like it would do work. Well, it's like Shouldered. Very similar to Shouldered, actually. Sounds fine. Not groundbreaking. Still 4 mana, like creature that dies to removal. Outrun my gun. Remember when unfair deck just killed you instead of interacting forever? Who's the unfair deck? I guess I'll pass because they have protection anyways. Like if you play Fury, your deck is all removal and it's also removal with blind spots. If I play like this, I have a cohesive deck that's a control combo deck, which I really enjoyed, I guess. That's how I would put it. Zeus a lost but sucking, sure. Time Warp is amazing in this deck, ... I agree, ... Draw 7. Mine. Wait, I have 2 commandeers? That is crazy. WTF is Cancer gonna deck? Is he an idiot for using that commandeer? He can't cast spells anymore. Until your next turn, so you don't have protection from everything anymore. That would be kind of spooky if we did, actually. That'd be kind of funny to have protection from everything and then just kind of die because of that. So they're betting wall behind you. Yeah. You could have Tefarit, Azusa and lethal them, no? Well, can I do that still or not? Op is dead, right? Yes, Chad, I'll just kill them. Does my line win? I sure think it does. Opponent never got to Emrakul the Promised End. That actually would kill me if they did that, so... Pretty good that they didn't. Couldn't they this turn? I think they could have. Because they spent 7 mana, they had 1 untapped, so they had 8 mana. This was 8 mana. Maybe they drew it? No, they didn't draw extra cards. I guess they had 1 minute, that's why they didn't want to Emrakul. But if they Emrakuled me, then I would just get milled because they get to mill me. Hey Canister, do you think this deck is the deck that puts the elementals over top? Over top of what? Bros. Over top of what? Thank you very much, Jordan Tebby. I think I was probably dead to your Emrakul. The promised end, but makes sense with 1 minute on the clock. Over the top of 5 opponents in your league. It's a prelim, so I can't answer that. You lost to Coffers. Would rather play versus Amulet for sure. Okay. Coffers is a matchup that... Coffers is a deck that looks so unplayable, yet it is not so bad. That I don't know what to think of it. I don't think I played against Coffers with this deck. Yet. Could you put Modern Dark Mode? I don't think it exists. And many people say that they don't like the Coffers matchup with Beans or whatnot, which is fair. For the Super League, I acknowledged very good draw.
He's a phenomenal
I sort of
control
acknowledged Coffers by adding a 4th basic to my main and a mounted to my sideboard versus Demolition Field, and then once they don't have the Demolition Field angle, they really shouldn't have game against you, but... Wooloo the Sheep, thank you very much for a tier 1 sub. How come they took my Force of Negation? I guess they gonna scam me? Makes sense. Now they can take a card and cast it with the Voidwalker. Okay. Cards revealed. 4 time warps. Bro, there's just 1 time warp in my hand, please. Come on. Time Walk or Ancestral Recall, that is so true. Let's fetch Sorcery Speed because Blood Moon doesn't exist. But yeah, certainly against Coffers, if you play Force of Negation and not Fury, that you're gonna be glad you did that. So Can cast Time Warp next turn, which is like Chlorine Reveal, but for 0 mana. With Up the Beanstalks. Provided they don't deploy a discard spell or Orcish Bowmasters. Both of which, well, either of which is likely. I mean, I guess Bowmasters they can deploy, it's fine. I've not played with Elder Deep Fiend. I have assumed it's a giant meme, but I'm very dismissive of tech like that. Boomaster. No już kurwa wiedziałem, że masz, już nie musisz tak udawać, że nie, że nie miałeś. Jesteś kurwa cwany, no super. Ej, dwóch to przesada. It's a little bit of a no-out situation. Let's cut the cards that lose me the game when I draw them against Scam. And instead add cards that contribute towards victory when I draw them. Why second basic island the sideboard is to have more basics against Field of Ruins decks. Dawaj kurwa tą furię, frajerze. Why is there milk in meatloaf? Is there milk in meatloaf? King of top land. Now I would want to sinkhole the Fury. But it's 8 life. Why is it called meatloaf and not milk loaf? Then. Maybe there's more meat than there is milk. Perhaps. Because it keeps the meatloaf tender and moisturized. Took my... That's pretty weird. I'm surprised. That pieces fit. I know that pieces fit. What deck did Canister play in the Super League? This one. Is it just Doomway coffers? What? Lol. They let me a removal spell when like they had this? I know that pieces fit, cause I've seen the She-Aldred. Oh, I take 2 life, lost, no. Oh no. The Phyrexian oil is seeping through my wounds. Not anymore. Does anyone know why questing druid suddenly shot up in price? It's because everyone in the chat feels the need to post a message about questing druid and asks why it has up in price, which causes people to check the price and then buy them. It's just a cascading effect. Some good old market manipulation, yeah. I hate those one-landers. Why do you have to tempt me, Magic Online? And it's not even necessarily great if I draw a land, so... Let's go to 6 and let's keep this, I guess. I play Grief. Wow, no Grief? Good Grief. Well, hoping for no Bowmeister on 10-2 then, because that's also matches up decently against my beans. And this Swamp Fetch is a bit sus. Do I side the island just against the 8 field decks? Yes. No planes, unfortunately. No E-Girls of the North for me, but we can fetch an island with Lurien. Then we can play Agent to Beans. That's gonna draw the planes. Assuming they moon, like maybe they want moon. Maybe they'll just play Fable and then die. Lol. Okay, we drew Boseju. Who endures? Let's fetch the island still. I don't need black right now. I have mining on this turn. Portuguese rap question mark. Very good question. Chat, sometimes you play against scam and they do this and they just never play a card on turn 1, 2, 3. Will they play a card on turn 4? Pitching a Thoughtseize. That's so odd. Sure, take one. Could bind it in response, not interested in doing that. I have free removals anyways, if they combat trick. Unfortunately, I can't sinkhole it right now, but... What if they suddenly materialize a Bowmaster? Is it an issue? A little bit? Not too much. If they don't, then it's great. And they didn't have Bowmasters in earlier, so they won't have it either now. Shouldered. I expected you to play Shouldered. Bit of misstoppage. Well, they didn't know that I'm gonna draw, but a little bit, yeah. Don't really want to pitch Omnatos. Very stream meta. Let's pitch Omnatos. Giga punished. So it's gonna be a bit stressful against a Joldred. If I tapped this forest, then I would have this, fetch planes, play Charlotte's Agent, draw another card, and then have one extra card with Terminate. Okay. It's gonna be followed up by Dash Agaban at least. Okay, at least something for my opponent. Oh no, not the subtlety. Oh, come on. So could die to an extra drawing effect. But Ragavan Terminate was their best play, so they don't have that right now. It's very easy. Is it okay, draw? Every time we touch, I wish I could fly. Fury. Bounce Fury. Well, I guess the game is still going on because many land cards have come under my control. Another Fury, that's pretty lucky for me. Means I have many excellent top decks. Let's draw a fetch land though. Wow. Is this game 3 or is it game 2? It's game 3, right? So it's pretty lame. But we hit so many with 4 beans. Just played beans again. Opponent cast Jace, Wielder of Mysteries. Jace is fine. Like having a way to win once you draw your deck is just reasonable deck building. Having no way to win once you build your deck is extremely unreasonable. Why couldn't you be there, right? Why couldn't it be like this? Be so much simpler. Be this, draw 4, play Omnath, gain 7. Be at 11 with the fairy in hand. Can't lose. The fairy in play even, not even in hand. No, in hand. But no, I have to provide you with a Godless Shrine, Kaneki. Wow, what a game. The year is 2054. Piotr Kaniser Głogowski owns 84% of the entire Earth's landmass. Please, Mr. Strymer, please let us have some lands. The peasants beg at his feet. He shuffles his deck and flips over the top card. It's a land. No, KW, he whispers, as yet another continent comes under his control. He is the landlord. Some fable to discard the garbage, but fable is the garbage. So it's kind of a conundrum, right? So it just doesn't compute. How did the lag go? Excellent question. Pretty well. New hyper combo card. Let's take C. Let's take C. Let's take a look. The 1000-year calendar. Legendaris artifact. What if your opponent has 1000 life points? 1001 life points. This is the reference to the Mayan calendar, the 2012 end of the world type thing. Pretty funny card. Two tap double the amount of time counters on the 1000-year calendar. Excuse me. WTF? Take that, Soul Sisters. So I've run the numbers, and if you play this turn 1, activating it every turn, and hit every land drop, you win on turn 9. Damn, Simon did the math. Control Wincon or Teamy? It's Teamy. ... Well, then. Seedborn Muse, heavy breathing. ... During your untap step. ... I'm making a spreadsheet. This needs indestructible. Damn, I love those comments. They're so good. Let's put back Murderous Cat. I don't know what my opponent's playing, so just need to put back random card anyways. That person was just heavy breathing because they are attracted to Seedborn Muse. Do you heavy breathe when you're attracted? This is the worst card you've read, really. Steerings. Is that Scales? No, that's Tron. Bros, what is the deal with this, like, neutron approaches where it's just accepted to bleed on forest steerings and it's fine, and People just do that and they're not ashamed of doing that. They are just, yeah. That's how we play Tron now. Actually, Javier Dominguez played Tron like that at Pro Tour Barcelona and he almost top 8 it. I don't know who he was playing against, but he wouldn't have to pay that against me. No, you don't get it. You actually play Talisman of Resiliency on turn 2, and that's how you leave your opponent with no outs. You guarantee a 4-drop through Tron Disruption on turn 3. Just don't carry it canister, that's why you're bad and I'm good. Alright, let's see that 4-drop guaranteed or whatnot. Oblivion Stone. See, no Tron. Douglas Shrine. Tron has remained tier 2 to 3 through all metas. True. Let's draw a time warp quickly enough and we can win. Against Tron. It's a bad matchup game 1, but post-board is probably just good. Deal 7/7, but I need to only cast Endurance this turn. Can play Teferi, Bounce Binding, Replay Binding instead. Is drawing a Time Warp a more realistic way to win? Probably. Do I think Pioneer Luca is biased as a creature? Are you a modern streamer now? I'm a modern streamer. It's fine. Also, fossil negation on that map actually changing the outcome of the game, which, you know, just saying, wouldn't have been done if I had Fury in that spot instead. I also lost a game where against Scam where my hand had 2 fossil negations. The opening hand, so I guess that was pretty bad too, but oh shit, it's strong. Resolves. We're grabbing Thundering Titan. The Stone Brain. Okay. Okay. Name Time Warp. It's gonna be harder, but I can live with that. They named Time Warp, obviously. You are iced. I float free. Kurwa, no na chuj floatujesz free w tronie, no już nie udawaj. Kurwa, z Teferim na stole, nie? Pajac. Chłop mi będzie manę floatował. How am I stocking those beans? Stocking the beans? Yeah, I guess. You have the ringster. That is unfortunate, but I guess you do. Right, so might lose this game actually, because now with no time warps and them having Tron, it's a so-called problematic. It's a so-called problematic situation. Probably shuffle a Force of Negation to my deck. No już, no, dobra, dobrałeś. Już. Jest gicik. Wszystko poprawnie grasz. Poprawnie grasz, fajnie robisz. Can draw Boseju. So maybe I'll upkeep Rolian. Rolian being peeled. Better sorcery speed though. Can draw Fire Ice. Boseju. Trust the floater of the ferry, okay. Mana has been floated. Will my opponent insta-complete Tron? Possibly. Nobody must know about this chat. If we get to attack, we deal raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, 7 damage. 2 from the ring, 9, and then fire. Would need to find a second fire, but you know, it's doable. Or maybe set up Omnatos Fetchland Strike. But, you know, they will probably play something at 7 cards in hand, so just thinking what I'm gonna do. Too bad I couldn't deal 4 damage with Charlotte's Agents and Magmatic Sinkhole Carnot. They have Boseju. Boseju free O-Stone, play O-Stone. That'll be rough times. Okay, they done Boseju on this turn. Yeah, Brian. Attack with all creatures. Probably bounce, endurance. Omnatos to set up fetch. Steam vents in my graveyard. Can draw Force of Negation, that would be the best. And my heart is broken in two. So I have two forces in my deck. And I can access many cards. Boseju, who endures. So I guess you don't even want to end step. Boseju because they are weak to binding then. So because of double fire, I'm also not using Fire Ice right now. I have two Shocklands. Right, so I pitch Omnatos. Probably should pitch Safari. Magmatically sinkhole this. And wouldn't stay. I'm so for a lot of Lauren. I found a Force of Negation. So I'll proceed to Force of Negation this. One ring. I think. Endurance in my hand, right? Zeal and Ardor, lol. Yeah, it's a funny band. One, two, three, four, five, six. Only forest left in my deck from fetchables. Still, Omnath kill is possible on the next turn. I guess it's always possible. Well, yeah. Well, it is possible I can shuffle back Steam Vents. Can you pitch a blue land for Force of Negation? Lands are colorless. So the answer is yes, but this is not a blue card. This is not a blue land. 10 manas. The Ceaseless Hungeros. Hitting my fetch landas. Yeah, sure. Guess I can fetch a forest. Is it beneficial though? Might be. There's 2 more fire ices in my deck, and they also die to the One Ring, honestly. Just don't Solitude the Ulamogos. You are fired. I only have 1 red source in play. You are fired. Alright, we won game 1 against Tron. Or was it Tron? When they didn't Tron for the first however many turns, huh? Vigor. I think Vigor is really bad. Rather, it doesn't offer anything that is particularly good. It's 3 copies of Fire Ice. One of them is with the Izzet artwork, and 2 of them are with the I'm really cold Barbarian artwork. Probably mulligan this. Can't pitch Commandeer, so a bit too bad. Probably keep this, I guess. Would I keep a Time Warp in my deck than pitch it? Chromatic Star. No, niezły stary. Keep? Would you keep the fast hand? I don't think it was good. The Ceaseless Hunger has been found. My deck is a bit weak versus Ulamog. My Tron solutions are a bit weak versus Ulamog. I mean, I can just tank it and like get 2 things exiled and move on. That's the plan. But a turn 4-1 would certainly just win. So if they cast a map, I will force negotiate it. No weź, kurwa, ja pierdolę. Cholego, kumplu. Yeah, commandeer this. Kolego. They just play Tower Ulamog. That's gonna be outrageous. 9 mana. Maybe we'll miss a land drop. I mean, we can tank the Ulamog. With this in play, we can tank the Ulamog. Provided we draw a land to bind it. Ideally before it hits me for 20 cards. 2 Ulamogs might be rough, but 1 Ulamog is gonna be fine. Land. Okay, well, fine. I'll attack you down to 28. They don't have a second Eldrazi throughout the game. We gonna just commandeer the next play and honestly the most troublesome card I could play right now, a Wormcoil Engine, I guess. Might grab, okay, Urza's Saga, that's a bit rough too. They just play Saga and they don't play anything. Land. Thanks. Guess they can fire the stone now. Maybe I should pitch, destroy it, I don't know. Was there an incentive to commandeer the stone? Maybe incentive, yeah. There is an incentive to commandeer that though. Mine. Could probably pitch a second commandeer over agent because I for sure will not commandeer 2 more times in this game. You wouldn't be so sure? Well, now I'm sure. Kerstaten was certainly an option. That is odd not to make a construct, but... How did Super League go? I qualified to the top 8 of the Super Giga League. You are fired. I played with this, Time Warp Beans, and everyone else played a meme deck, so I had the advantage on that front, and I beat Spike with one funny deck, and then another funny deck was played by Doomwake. Then Caleb played a funny deck too, but I didn't get to play against him. Yeah, I had to dodge second Ula Pog, and that's it. How do I think Amulet T-Titan feels today? It's fine, but the beans are stronger. Haywire might. Fair. Yo, Kani, thanks for signing my living ends in Sofia. You're welcome. How they play a new ring? at some point. Let's bind the construct because it will be an issue. Am I attending? Ooh, Prague? No, I don't will go to. Ooh. 2 sagas. Crazy shit, bro. Can prevent a construct by upkeep tapping it. Nice to meet you. Seven mana. Set Carno Deliberated Variety. 8 mana. Error. Non-creature card, error. Leyland Binding can deal with it though. We can use the Power Stone to Island Cycle. That is crazy. Brosage is still present in their deck, so they have a pretty powerful tool available, unfortunately. Here it comes. Well, problemos. Let's go with Douglas Shrine then. Maybe they will play the ring pre-combat. I understand. Ocean Man. This is actually kind of OP against me. Not anymore, okay. Ocean Man. They have Ulamog and Leveler. Oh no, they tapped my Power Stone. Then maybe I should have an extra Solitude against them. Could have drawn Sundere Titan. Then I would subtlety it. Would for sure work. How are they not stream sniping you? I mean, I don't know. Maybe they do. But I mean, sometimes people just don't. Subtlety, the long-term solution, exactly. How are they not stream sniping you? Endurance as a 3 mana flash creature seems fine in this matchup. I disagree. I'm not winning by pressuring them, I'm winning with time warps. And by performing actions like commandeering the rings and drawing cards. I want to kick ass and chew ass. And I'm all out of ass. Sylvan's crying. Lol, 2 Urza's mines. I mean, I've never seen a Tron player not playing anything before a turn 5 Ulamog. I mean, so you mean their play? Yeah, sure. I think it, well, it made sense. I mean, sometimes your hand looks like that, or you... Like, also, you can be aware that those cards exist in the deck without stream sniping, right? They might have been aware that my deck might contain the card Urza's Saga and similar. Not Urza's Saga, you know, Force of Vigor, Negation, whatnot. I fetch Urza's Tower. Okay, I procedure your power plant. Ha, I play ring anyways, because my deck is so good. Fair. You got me, brother. I steer. Honestly, worst case for me right now would be like play Haywire Might. I guess play Star, crack it for green, play Tower, play Might, eat up the beanstalk. The Wonyon Ring has entered the revealed card zone, okay. Have I considered a second career in voice acting? Actually, yes. Exactly, boom Barton, that's why I was edging the draw step. Assuming that them drawing a basic is good for me, I would like for them to draw a basic, and that's why. I want to cycle the chewer. It kinda stinks now, so maybe. You are iced! Canister is secretly doing the arena voice lines. I wish. Contribute my voice to the works of Magic the Gatherings. That would be crazy. 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 Allah. Crazy. Crazy. Na 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 na. 2 manas. What are we deploying? Why just snub exile? The relic can be actually pretty decent against the time warps, but random mana generation moves. So I have under 5 minutes. I need to hurry up. You are iced. Got a Marvel advert Poggies. Why is that Poggies? I have 10 mana now, which could be Ulamog. Weź spierdalaj no, z tym zjebem. Kurwa, z paszczą paskudną, Ulamogiem. Dobra. Fasolki usunięte. Fasolki wszystkich smaków Bertiego Bomba. Nie ma sprawy. Plus... Możemy Serogrina fetchować. Tylko weźmiemy Secret Thunder otapowane. Tu tam fasolarza damy. Pięć. Random mana tapping. Fasolarz. You are iced. Oh yeah, play expensive stuff. What? Not a second Ulamog though. What the fuck? Exciting the beans. Do I have more beans in my deck? No. Sześć. Oh, it's settled yet. They put an Ulamog on top of their deck. That is a crazy move. Kurwa, I tapped in a way where I can't play the guy. Do I have another fetchable? I don't think I do. Let's check. No. Right off. No time warps in my deck currently. Bros, please skip the song. Fuck me, Luke, fuck me in the barn. Probably gonna time out, unfortunately, but I think we got it mostly. Well, maybe we don't. Actually, because they had 6. No, I think we win, if not through timeout, but I don't think I win in 40 seconds, unfortunately. Even with no beans, with all beans getting hit by the ceaseless hunger. They need to ulamog the creatures. Yeah, I know, and they will. Is the issue. You have 7 cards in hand. I don't know if you actually win the long game. Well, the game is not that long. It's just I need to deal a few damages. And I answer, you know, the non-ulamog cards they play. And then I don't know, maybe. When was the last time the clock defeated you? Well, not too long ago. It happens every now and then, especially when I double queue. This much, though, my deck just kinda is a bit slower than my opponent's. It's also possible that subtletying the ulamog was a bad move. Because I could not subtlety it and then the ferry it instead. Also, if I hadn't missed up, this would have been in play for 2 more damage. So point would be at 4, which would also be useful. 1 Fire Ice left in the deck, 0, but Endurance left in the deck. I guess it's gonna be hard to draw through the entire deck. Fetcha, no dobra. Fetcha is weird. Spend drain the clock to try to catch you talking a bathroom break. Yeah. What's that, a walking ballista? A weź kurwa, kolego. That's unethical to play walking ballista here. I hold up Hardcast Commandeer. Just, you know, 13 seconds. Oseju who endures. 8 mana leveler. A little bit too many creatures. Alright, we time out. So I'm not 100% that I would be able to manage this, but I think likely. Opponent sided out all non-creatures. Yeah, common tactic to side out all non-creatures in the Karn Great Creator deck. 2 damage mattered. Yeah, I guess against 2 damage I win. Like if I deal a 2 damage, if I don't miss up and I deal 2 extra damage, then I go Soul to EOT, then bounce this and win. So yeah, we would have managed. I mean, it did seem like they brought Ballista and Leveler, which is reasonable against the Ballistas. 1 turn no attack with Omnath? Maybe I'm wrong. Well, there was 1 turn where I didn't attack with Omnath, and that was the turn that I deployed Omnath, on which turn Omnath was summoning sick. So, your statement is true, but also I couldn't have done anything about that. So far we are 1-2, but I got extremely unlucky. And then I timed out, so it counts, basically as a 4-0 at this point. Probably doesn't make sense to play for 3 commandeers, a bit too many. Because that strategy, while very strong against the One Ring, it's fairly exploitable by opponents bringing in some funny creatures, so... Probably having a mix of effects would be better. If one commandeer was, let's say, crumbled to dust, that probably would be perfect. Let's make that change. Let's just go back to Amogus. What are you talking about, my friend? This hand is not very good, so let's keep it. Misty Rainforest pass could be literally anything. It's probably a Beans Mirror. My hand is not very good against the Beans deck, so... Want to bracket a Beans Mirror, name a more iconic duo. Fair. I wanted to force this. Why didn't I force this? Good question. The plan was to force this all along, but I let this resolve, and that's actually probably game losing. Fuck. Can't cast Omnap with my mana. I'm not gonna get Brosejut. That is devastating. If they had one fewer beans would be so good for me, but they don't. Brother. Wait, no beans? Play Ardent player? No, they revealed beans, so they just didn't cast them. They play Fury, so... Dead Gun, wow. What a deck. Seems like a 1-2 bracket build. Why didn't they cast the beans? Maybe they're just afraid of overdrawing, but... Bro, so I had literally zero downtime this prelim, which is great for the stream, but also I wanted to brush my teeth between rounds 1 and 2, and I never had the time. We should be in the 3-0 bracket, so this match doesn't really count. Fair. Fair, yeah, that's... Preach, brother, preach. This time we cast the beans. Hello, Mr. Streamer, how are you? No, I'm well. Siemaneczko. Bubble. Binding your beanstalk. Or not. Binding your beanstalk in Minecraft. Once in my lifetime I had a guest over and prepared really insane fasolka po brytańsku. Yeah. So they have no more beans? Let's bounce it then. For so-called tempo. Could bounce my own Charles Agentos to access second beans. Better against Fury, but I had Fasola Sparów coming for breakfast today. That sounds horrible, but also quite okay. Fasola z parówami. I play Fury. I deal 4 damage to your cards. Fury is so good, please restrict card in modern. Papieża Polaka. Fetch a basic on one turn, that was unnecessary, I think. Time warp found. I cast Fury. They run Fury over Fire Ice, they just play slightly different deck, so I mean you could say that they run X over Y, but also you could say that they run Fury. They don't have Force of Negation Time Warp, it seems. Papieża Polaka. Deck needs Nexus of Fate. Deck doesn't need Nexus of Fate, brothers. Well, maybe my opponent's version does need some stuff like that, but I think it pretty distinctly doesn't need Nexus of Fate, actually. Meow. 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 No more binding for you. Deck needs 2x season pass to avoid decking Catch Ledge. I have 69 IQ, by the way. What does Catch Ledge even mean? So I have Temple Garden and Godless Shrine in my deck. I think it's best to play top land. Bułeczka. Guess I could Broseju, the leyline binding. Three time warp revealed. There was. Oh, I can play the fourth bean. Let's bounce their bean. Was a negation, awesome. Let's cut Fury. Let's bind up the beanstalk. And since we have the fairy protection, let's enduro. Then we can discard. We can keep the fetch land because we shuffled a. No, I have one Godless Shrine in my deck. Alright, I'll find a fetch land. Let's go discard fetch land Omnath. Blue card for Omnath. Blue card for Omnath here. White card for Solitude. What do you think of the bean list playing one Jace Wielder of Mysteries? I think playing one Jace is better than not playing any Wincon at all. I think time warps are a bit more realistic than. I mean, whatever, I guess. We can draw. Because time warp, like, it's pretty good to cast early too. So like I cast them like turn 5 with a bean out, and it's already like awesome. And if it leads, if it doesn't lead to winning, just it still leads to having a great advantage and it being quite easy to set up the infinite time warps. So I just like that. Like I have no reason to cut the time warps, I feel like, because they work great for me. And turn to Jace, and Jace more distinctly like it's gonna work if you have the beans too, but it's a worse draw otherwise, I think. How do you go infinite? Well, you technically can go infinite. You don't go truly infinite. You just attack 5 times with your Omnath, so it's infinite enough. But you just time warp and then you shuffle your time warps back with endurance, and there's like a full loop that goes time warp, discard in the cleanup, endurance yourself, and endurance yourself, and then do something else with. Then Madras cut your endurance. So like I think that's actually infinite, but I'm not sure if that truly works out with the cards, because you need to draw and discard them in the cleanup, so you have to have a certain amount of cards in your deck, but that would be the infinite. But for the most part, it's just finite, but you know, you just draw, just take 5 turns in a row, and that's good enough to win too. Well, yeah, that's the thing you're doing also, but also like you need to, if every single one of your cards draws 4, then does that work? Would this continuity make sense too? Well, the main thing with the time warp is that I'm casting it multiple times, so I don't want this continuity that exiles itself, and that actually just doesn't really work, right? in the same way. You are fired. I don't know, like I think here, like with my opponent having Furies and me having the time warps, I was like, once a game reach the mid game, do nothing, stalemate. My opponent was like 2% to win. Just like me having some like absolute heinous series of draws. So I think it gives me pretty huge advantage over somebody playing Furies. So I like that aspect. I missed Fury in the mirror when I played against the Bloodbraid Elf builds, where sometimes they go Charlotte's Age on turn 3 and then Bloodbraid on turn 4. That was actually significant enough pressure that you need to deal with it, so that was a little bit not great, but what are the must play cards in the Beans shell? I don't think I want Salty. Well, I don't know. So, well, you probably will always play Leyline Binding without the Beanstalk. Doesn't make sense without it. And I guess besides that, I don't know. There is must plays. I'm probably gonna Mool. This looks better. I don't think Time Warp in my hand does much. Actually, it kind of does. If I go... Hopefully they don't play Teferi. If they do, I will just lose, but... If I go Agent into Time Warp, that's awesome. I play Beans. They did play Ardent Playa, so maybe they play Playa over Teferi, which I think is a horrible choice, but... Cat demands full toilet attention. I'm giving her attention. Which decks did we lose to? I did not lose to decks, I just got horribly unfortunate. Just kinda cap, but... I guess also not cap. Solid move. Pitch Solitude. Not even playing a leyline binding, I guess just tries to draw a land to horribly unfortunate, aka not tapping mana correctly. Yeah, but that's because I had little time, because I was unfortunate. Bułka, nie gryź mnie. Commandeer, okay. Command Bean. Let's keep the real beanstalk in my hand in case of the ferry. What are my favorite type of beans? Baked beans. Czy nie wiebie? What a song. Is that a type of beans? Yeah. I can't. Yeah, it is. It is. How come they don't have a play for turn 3? They pitch Tefari to an Omnath to Commandeer. That does make sense. Commandeer is such a meme card, but it's also so funny at times. Time Warp can be Commandeer too, I guess, but not really dangerous in this scenario. Wow, my hand is trash. And the damage from the Shardless Agent adds up. Alright, let's cast my 0 mana divination. Czy nie wiebie? No kurwa, breeding pool, nice. Enduro, terrible. I mean, I guess the damage. Why was this emote ever created? It was because of the I took the walk to Poland song. I don't really want to spend my endurance. I only play one endurance, so drawing it kinda means that if I want to keep the angle in my deck, I have to never play it. Ardent player. They're probably gonna easily contain my creatures, so I'll just keep my endurance. This is the only deck where you wish 4 cost 5. I mean, getting them to 4. Missing land drops. They pitch Solitude, it was worthless. How do they have so many cards? It's from Up the Beanstalk. Maybe I should have flashed the Endurance. Probably should have. Yeah, I guess this game... I probably don't have the luxury of planning for this game to go super long. How it turned out for my opponent. Well, I guess maybe that changes now. Up the Beanstalk into Leyland Binding. Alright, I guess we're gaming. What if damage instead cause your opponents to draw cards. And players lose when their library is milled. And like Endurance, Emrakul, they don't exist. Shoulder just goes infinite, that would be crazy. Probably some of the card designs would need to have been changed. That is crazy. They have more fossil vigors and they're pulling my leg. If so, my leg has been pulled so hard. Keep pulling, friends. Seems like it, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, that's probably bad to do. Because if they pass with 3 cards, it was kinda quite possible that they're gonna have that. Also, I was listening to that. I don't know, they're at 4 life. I still keep fighting over their card advantage because I don't trust them to stay at 4 life properly. Meow. Alright, Endurance. Now I'm no longer holding you. It is your time to shine and to attack my opponent directly. Okay, so wins the game. All we had to do was summon a 3/4. Probably if we summoned it earlier, they would have just died. Maybe I should just board the second one to be able to spend the first one freely. Just in general. So yeah, we 2-2'd the Prelim, but effectively 4-0'd. It's a great score. It's a great score, my buddies. There's a Pioneer Prelim in 15 minutes, so should we join with Lotus Fieldos? Or should we play leagues with the new and improved Cyborg with 1 crumble to dust? Which means I can never lose to Tron. Discuss. Let's check if the Pioneer Prelim is even close to firing though. Sort of. Pioneer Prelim with red green Woodka. You will not catch me playing red green Woodka. Alright, let's make a poll. What question mark leagues with modern beans? Prelimos with Lotus Field. Start poll. Vote in the poll. I'm just gonna cut the discontinuities for being terrible. And by discontinuities, I mean a discontinuity. And I'm going to play a growth spiral. Add option for red green Woodka, please. You will not catch me playing red green Woodka on this stream. Also playing Dig Through Time and Behold the Beyond. You might call excessive, I call that based. Red green Woodka is both. Maybe Lotus should play beans. Damn. Maybe. Alright, I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I'll be back in a few minutes. So I'll play an ad, which you will watch to help me support myself with this stream. Please. And I'll be back soon. Is Impulse better than Beans? No. Beans better. Excuse me, Impulse better. Prelimos. Anything funny we want to add to my deck? Sideboardos. One beans in the sideboard. One for Distazione, that's not funny. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add a second spiral and move Dig Through Time to the sideboard over the second Sunfall. Beans is Giga win more in Lotus Field. Unfortunately, it's gonna be terrible. Even though you might think it's really funny for some reason, I don't really get why. Optimal Lotus Field. Done. How does control deck ever beat turn 1 exploration and legacy? Force of will at Cloud Piercer. I don't know that card. Oh, it's a dinosaur. From Ixalan then, probably. What was Cloud Piercer? This guy. Kami of Industry is gonna be too new. It's a dinosaur now. I don't remember the dinosaurs. I drafted Ixalan. So what do you think about the fact that Cavern of Souls is an Ixalan and it's a cavern and it doesn't have the type cave? Magmasaur? Is that a real thing? Massive flavor fail. Yeah, I agree. No such card in Ixalan. Also, let's go first. And let's keep. Stampeding Horncest. Horncest sounds... Horncrest, alright. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. I read this as Horncest, and I wanted to say that's a very unfortunate name to give to your dinosaur, but... Am I off Phoenix, or do I just like Lotus better? So, whenever I play in like an RC where I want to qualify, I play Phoenix because it gives me the sense of agency over my fate, which I enjoy. And I feel like I'm more realistically going to qualify, but then at the same time, Lotus posts the highest win rates in every tournament ever, always, forever and ever. So now in the lower stakes, environment of leagues, I play Lotus. And there's gonna be a PT in Pioneer. So I'm just gonna play even more Lotus to be very capable of playing Lotus when the time comes. Maybe I shouldn't have... If I hit another Lotus with this, I'm actually gonna be so mad. Let's get the ball again. Pretty ugly. I love the agency of not casting my Fiery Impulse when my opponent plays Narset. Well, that is unfortunate, but, you know. I think... many games I was capable of winning because my opponent's moves were pretty terrible, honestly. Do I die to Loitans? Not quite. Campbell, Thalia, anything? Hopeful initiate, fair. Alright. It is annoying that it is for sure annoying that Impulse doesn't hit creatures. Is Anka riding something? Anka is dancing. I don't know if it's a Cogdown matchup. Let's assume it is. Probably a Thalia deck. I don't know if it's more kind of matchup then, but I have so many monsters I can do that. The draw, so let's go with the Satyrs 2. Wait, Morka is worse than Impulse. Are they playing 5 color humans before caverns? It does seem like it, which is a bit odd, but why do I not play Discontinuity? I tried Discontinuity and it felt terrible. Pretty hard to set up and use properly. Some people played Growth Spiral recently, so I put 2 Growth Spirals into my deck instead and trying that out. What's the hardest skill to learn playing Lotus? I don't know, but if you want to learn playing Lotus, you can try to go to my YouTube channel and check the YouTube video I have created on playing this deck, which was a while ago, but still covers most of the bases. will send you a link in the chat right now. The best Lotus players don't get paired into mono white. Fair. Copper card Vanguard. I could lock down this turn. Is it worthwhile? spending Vizier strings lockdown, or do I prefer to play Vizier? Take 3, 4, 5, 6. Probably block this. This is 8. I probably survive. If they bounce my Vizier, it's fine. It probably puts me in a better spot if I play Vizier of Tumbling Sandos. The Reflector Mage, we still get to lock down. I guess we don't remove the Reflector Mage, we take 8, so we go to 5 with Reflector Mage in play, but... Can they punish me? I don't think so. Right then. Okay. God of War fee. Right then, pretty medium against my configuration. Can get Otavara. Or just like grab a Dmorka for the next turn. I don't know what's better. It's only non-creatures, right? Okay, let's get Dmorka. See if Dmorka is gonna be good enough. We do live through most stuff. Port is 8 mana. So it's probably just Dmorka pass. I have to assume that the odds of a Reflector Mage are slim, given that my Vizier survived this entire game. Although it made sense for them to play Raiden over Vizier. Kinda, not really. Over Reflector Mage into Vizier. The question is 7 mana, doesn't give me mana back yet. We also strings, which is plus 3 mana. But I don't know, I don't die on the next turn. No discontinuity, interesting. Bro, so discontinuity tech is shit. What is so interesting about the lack of it? It's just... Guy shouldn't be playing at all. It's like a meme card that some guys played, and then you're gonna be like, oh yeah, it's so good, so busted. I mean, I guess strings on the Morka to have Vigilant Morka. I was one of the guys. It's very busted. I know you are one of the guys. I just don't actually believe you. It costs 1 mana to cast with Thalia. Is it fine if they block with Raiden? So 6 mana time warp. Yeah. I don't know, String Sync that Morka does me anything good. So I have 7 mana. And I can strings, I go to 10 mana. Then I go Sunfall, which I can't cast, not good. Having 10 life and more untapped is the nice thing, I guess. So I guess we're gonna do that after all. Gonna go Pow. Pow. I can't cast a Pour. It's 8 mana. Don't you play it after attacking? No. Because we ciphered on the Morka. Do the Morka Vigilance. Why tap Raiden? Because I was flying. No, alright chat, I'm gonna play my game myself. Probably gonna put Lotus Field into play. Yeah, let's put Lotus Field into play. It's like I can't lose anyway, so why make it hard for myself by listening to Twitch chat too hard? So I guess I wasted an Ottawa right now, but it's fine. Cypher doesn't work if they block. That's why I tapped Raidane, yeah. Probably would still win, but I mean I have 9 mana next turn, I cast a 4 for 8. It's whatever. Mantis Rider. Cool beans. You're also playing Lotus in the Prelim, but less successfully. Well, maybe a so-called skill issue. Por. You see a pair of dragons. Just say cat. Oh, I did too. Opponent boards and Raiden. Canister beats Raiden with teamy random dragons. 6/6s, 5/5s, I guess. Dmorka and Nivmizet working hand in hand. I just need a black dragon to full fit my entire fit the entire color pie into this board. So any suggestion? Maybe the RC Silumgar promo is gonna fit well. Skithrix and Pioneer Wen. There's also 2 black dragons from Strixhaven, but they suck. They're not too good, so. Alright, let's connect. The Convoke Dragon, that seems like a Lotus card, yeah. Aces, Globe, Head, Grow, Bubble, Swell, Neato. What's Neato? Like neat, but like Neato? Is that like some kind of youngster slang? Schludnie. Is that a normal word? Lather. Wait, that's not leather, it's lather. Piana. Foam? So lather is foam? Interesting. Never heard that word. Nifty. Nifty and Nito is the same. Marble. I know marble. Foam. Mount. Froth. Build. Pearl. Keen. So froth is gonna be to... Alright, so lather, foam, froth. Bubble. One away. Lather is what you do to shampoo in your hair, or the noun is a foam or froth. Yeah. Join exploration, Isenberg and Grove Spiral, not clear. Maybe yes, maybe not. Grove Spiral is not so great, but I've seen some people playing it, and it has a nice Japanese Mystical Archives version, which honestly played a role. Head? Why head? Fine bubbles. Head. What? Pearl. Marble. Globe. Bubble. Spherical things. I thought marble is what's on my steak between meats the jak to się mówi, kurwa, tłuszcz, olej? Anyways, Nito, Nifty, Swell and Keen is gonna be... No. Mount, build, grow, swell. To build, to increase. Aces, Nito, Nifty and Keen is gonna be positive adjectives. Excellent in old slang. Damn. That was simple. Simple. Ooh. Simple match. Ooh, simple game. Ooh, simple game. This been a neato episode of Connections from mtgo.com. Let's go to manifoldmarkets.com, Magic the Gathering. Can I comment on the new Goef that discards Vengevine? Pretty crazy for a 2-drop, but I thought they don't make drawback cards anymore, so it surprised me. Could they just spoil the cards in English? Is it really necessary to spoil them as Eizendiel Har Nautulitus? And Kuner Kaputmacher? Do I have thoughts on spelunking in Amuletos? Let's check spelunking. Also, some cards are in English, but I still don't get them. Sovereign Okinets Ahau. They have funny names. Ahau. War 2. Whenever Sovereign Okinets Ahau attacks, for each creature you control with power greater than that creature's base power, put a number of +1/+1 counters on that creature equal to the difference. Each creature you control with power greater than that creature's base power. So let's say you have Sovereign Okinets Ahau himself, and you cast Giant Growth, and has 6 power, but base power is 3. Then you attack, and you put a number of counters on that creature equal to the difference, so you put 3 creatures. 3 counters, so you put 3 counters on Sovereign Okinets Ahau, okay. As Surface Empire Sender explores down, his hungry eyes look upward. What do you think of there being an entire underworld world on Ixalan? Lore-wise. Sheikah Guardian. It's like funny because Zelda reference. It does look like the Guardian from Zelda. Okay. Speleologia. Lettere se controlli entrando nel campo di battaglia stappate. Stappate. So what do I think of Speleologia in Amuletos? Well, I think it kind of defeats the purpose of Amuletos if you have any on the battlefield, so it's probably a little bit too bad of an anti-synergy. But untapped Lotus Field and Lotus Field is more interesting on the other hand, so. Having a Speleology apparently doesn't stop amulet effects. How come? I'll believe that when it's in English. Karus and this are on the same layer, so you can choose if they comment tapped or not. That is crazy. So I guess that makes more sense then, but the wording of Discover makes it seem like it can cheat Valky / Tybalt. Yeah, the rulings are that there is 2 checks like on Cascade, so you can't play Tybalt. I mean, 3 mana, draw a cards, put a land on the battlefield, gain 4. I need to put a cave into play, so you probably don't play caves, most likely. But if you do, yeah, I mean, maybe it's worth a look, but it can never stack with an amulet, so it's kind of awkward. It doesn't really work like an amulet. But maybe it's better than Explore as a ramp spell. If it works like that. If you saw J-Lo, would you have been fooled by the rocks that she got? No, I wouldn't realize it's J-Lo. I'm still Jenny from the block. Jennifer Lopez 2023. Damn. Still Jenny from the block. I'm keen to try it in Lotus Field, but it is likely win more if at all. Yeah, maybe it's not win at all. What do you think of Bartolome del Presidio? In last Ixalan, the names were less stylized. Well, like localized, I guess, for the Vampire Europe or the Mayan Sun Empire or Aztec. Actually, I don't know. There's probably much difference that I'm ignoring right now. Very judgmental rock, 5 mana. Craft with artifact, 3 white. Flying Golem. Ugh. I wonder what they said with Polish names would look like. Ravnik has some Polish names. I mean, probably not, but Shadek, SZ is the classic Polish sound, so it reads like Shadek. And then, at least the first Ravnik, later on not so much. But Experiment Kraj also, Kraj actually means country in Polandialand. Yeah, Wojek Kos, or rather Agrus Kos, Wojek Veteran, doesn't quite sound Polish, but kinda. Agrus kind of a weird name, but it could pass for a Polish name, kinda. Taiz doesn't sound Polish at all. It seems like it should be read Tajik. That's very non-Polish. If Shadek is Polish, he should be able to steal vehicles. That is very funny. But they didn't have vehicles back then, so they don't. Shadek. Also, So Shadek reads like SZ, but also if you just, I think the way English speaking people read it is often Zadek. And Zadek means ass. It's like a little bit of a funny word for ass. Zadek means ass in Czech, see? Same thing. Zadek. Isn't dupa ass as well? Yeah, dupa is like more vulgar. Zadek is just sounds kind of funny. I wanted to open Ravnica City of Girls. Alright, any other rarity? Gdzie jest kurwa rarity? Here. Oh, Circu. Not a very Polish name. Circu. Bros, they printed so few legendary creatures in the past. It's almost none. Raja. Savra, that's fake Polish because V doesn't exist in the Polish alphabet. Tolsimir. Yeah, I guess you could. Yeah, it's not too Polish. The average legendary creatures before war 10, after war 24. That is insane. What's the Guild Pact's code name? Jezu, jaka ta piosenka jest kurwa cringe'owa. Nie wytrzymam. Did you watch the German detective show called Cobra 11 in Poland? No. Alright, so anyways. Bartolome del Presidio. I was also thinking about this guy. Just look how stupid it looks. What's wrong with this artwork? So silly. We had W11 in Poland. Oh yeah, W11, yeah, that was a classic. Dinosaur Dragon. People have been saying Bonehead Dragon is playable in Pioneer. Probably not. 5-drop that has to survive, but it's pretty strong effect. Solid top 2, you may play them, and then you get a dinosaur and a treasure token, possibly. But like the legs are, what's the deal with those legs? It looks so bad. This looks derpy, but it's a pterodactyl. No, but it's a dinosaur. It's clearly attempts to be a Tyrannosaurus. the dinosaur part, and the rest, the dragon is the, you know. Is the Dracosaur a good card or not? I can't tell. It seems powerful. It seems like a card I could play with my Lotus Fields and win the game with portion of the time. Probably. Huatli Poet of Unity, who transforms into a 3 mana 2/3 ETB, search for a basic land. Damn. And she transforms into Roar of the Fifth People. For what it's worth, there is 4 people on the artwork. Bros, I wish I was Huatli. Really. Fifth People is a weird name, yes. So that Sahili would be my GF, fair. But what about the 5th person though? Create 2 dinosaurs. Creatures you control have Naya producing abilities. Search your library for a dinosaur. Dinosaurs you control gain double strike and trample until end of turn. Crazy. You are the 5th. I see. Also, this card is all about dinosaurs and it's not about the 5th people. I don't get it. Maybe it makes sense. Oh, this green mana explores, that's kinda crazy. Maybe Sun Empire got destroyed and they call themselves the 5th people now. No, it's a saga, so they probably called themselves the 5th people and then they called themselves the Sun Empire now. This card proves the Bible was right and dinosaurs lived with people. Okay. There's also a blue mana 1/1 make create a map. It's pretty strong cards. Solid 1-drops. Probably like for Standardos maybe. I mean, there was a Merfolk deck in... Was there a Merfolk deck in Pioneer? There's some nice 1-drops now with the Senate Scout. What's a map? Map is 1 tap sacrifice, target creature you control explores. Is the Blood Red Elf good in the year 2023? Probably not. I mean, an extra 1-drop for Merfolkos is a pretty big deal, so... Cavern of Souls for... It seems cool. The Miko Tyrant, Elder Fungus. The Elephant Planeswalker can cascade into Emperor. So I'm probably going to play that until it happens once. Why is that particularly attractive though? This version of Quintorius Khan looks giga goofy. +1 make it 3/2, solid. But this is my favorite line of text so far. Craft with a dinosaur, a merfolk, a pirate, and a vampire. No explanation. Magic cards these days. Craft with a dinosaur, a merfolk, a pirate, and a vampire. Just craft, bro. Just go on and craft. Have I seen Quintorius Cascade? I have not. I'm back posting silly interactions that come to my mind. Quintorius into Appraiser into release to end. Looping Appraiser for all 4 release equals 18 damage with Quintorius passive. Does Discovering cast? This Harvest. Cast it. Okay, it does. Funny. Literally every ability is sorcery speed only. That's boring. There is some non-sorcery speed effects in the game. But yeah, they often print sorcery speed abilities. I think it makes sense. Steam Vents. That's mostly a good matchup. Let's spiral the Temple of Mystery not to get spell pierced. It's 18 damage only though. How do we actually kill the opponent? Probably gonna figure something out. You'll manage. Maybe they'll print some extra card that gets to deal damage. Or some more discoveries. How has Growth Spiral been? It hasn't really been yet, so it's been the same for me. It's pretty hard to cast. Seems roughly discontinuity level, so almost a blank. Did I see this camless splashing questing beast? Now it's not even the druid, it's the beast. I have not. I mean, yeah, it's like 5 people asked about it. I don't know why that's interesting at all, but I just ignore that idea, and if it's good, then Mangu will tell you. But I mean, sure. How'd I do in the Super League? I qualified for the top 8 yesterday. I beat Spike and I beat Doomwake. They both brought meme decks. Doomwake destroyed the mana base of his deck by including 4 shield reds in Rhinos, and Spike brought the calibrated blast deck. So I just won. Because I brought the same deck. I went 2-2 in the Prelim today, so clearly the best king ever. Beans question mark, exactly. I played Beans. Beanstalk? Did he not even grab anything with the Peacock Prankster? Two turns ago. Axe. Your own creature, okay. Meow. Spike field. Meow. Meow. One more bust up. It's penny. Then bust. Seems like bust. Should I bring Parun too? It's a 5-5, so matches up pretty poorly against stuff. Would I use to cut against them? I don't want to cut. All grazers on the draw. Inspire is pretty fine too. Let's go. I'm probably cut 2 spiral is the best. Maybe on the draw, cut spirals on the play impulse. And by saying that I mean the opposite. Excellent. I'll draw the basic for my field though. I believe. You can dispute a 2-drop, that's valuable too. What? What did you keep? I ask while moving to my cleanup on turn 2. Yeah. So about that. This pieces. No. What? Co się dzieje, bułeczka? Jak się czujesz? Może chcesz być pogłaskana po grzbieciku? Pewnie tak. Could have discarded, or I guess I could have played Grazer on turn on the past turn, and I would have been able to cast Growth Spiral with most lands for Value. Discard 2 lands, Hardcast and Arclight Phoenix. I see my opponent is peeking. Maybe they'll have the axe if their hand is this bad, but maybe not. Then you can cast a second one. Should be fine. Vivo next turn. Well, my opponent's a blue deck, so. First time seeing your paddy cat. Looks so fluffy. I don't know what does it mean for a cat to be paddy, but she is fluffy, yeah. Attention, folks. Our jewelry has been disrupted. Hola, hola. Spam call, indeed. I don't actually get any other calls, just spam calls. Cat calls, I wish. Alright, we died. On the play, we can have +2 impulse. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. We lost to a pretty pathetic draw, but our draw was also quite pathetic, so maybe we should have mulliganed it. This seems fine. Why hasn't anyone cracked Fable into Phoenix? I'm not sure what's your... What is that you're asking? It's a pretty common deck to play Fable in Phoenix. It's a little bit bad, so that's why it's not giga common. I hope that explains the issue. Best soundtrack for Lotus gameplay. Honestly, it's pretty good, yeah. Oof, no Misha's bubble. Lucky me. With take strings, I just need to draw a payoff. But maybe Vizier is better. You can Bala get the impulse if necessary, or leer back an impulse. They considered. Scaring a Phoenix, that is so lucky. Two Phoenixes? Wow, they considered a Phoenix. Considered. Which actually puts me to 12, so if they could discard a Phoenix, kill me next turn. Turn 4 kill. Connive a Phoenix, have 12 exactly. Alright. Shall we need to win or we're gonna lose to Phoenix, which is not something that we should be doing. Dark Petition, I think that's good. Do we go Lear or something? I don't actually know. Does model not indicating the number of cards types in the graveyard signal you don't have surgery? No. That's only for the player with the surgery. So if they have surgery, they see the amount of types, but it doesn't show up for the other player. Will makes sense, because counter spells is a thing. Yeah. So I'm gonna go petition for drinks first. Okay. Is that gonna be Giga Spell Pierce? Or Giga Disdainful Stroke? Point has been played for a fool with my reversal. If you reverse a spell cast from graveyard of Lear, doesn't it go to hand? It probably does. No, because of actual flashback. I guess if you remanded a flashback spell, it went to the exile zone. But this says return it to its owner's hands. What was flashback again? Was flashback if it is supposed to go anywhere except for exile, it goes to exile? I think so. So it would be exiled. Well, but as it resolves and Nash's reversal is just bounces the spell, it doesn't counter it. So I'm not fully convinced yet. I need to MTG flashback. For instance, with cast, I would go to hand. Bro, have you read? I have a feeling you haven't actually read. Reversal though.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Good morning, Senor Pieter.
Anytime it would leave the stack. Alright, so you're right. So we would not get the bounced spell back into our hand, it would get exiled. Marcel Lopez Lagos, thank you very much for the Twitch sabos. This is weird, because you can cast adventure creatures with her. That is so weird, my friend. If you cast an adventure spell with Leer from the graveyard, you can cast a creature from exile. I was just assuming that I can't cast adventures from the graveyard, but I think I've read somewhere online that you actually can, which seemed really weird and unintuitive to me, but if that is the case per rules, then that is the case. I'll go make a tea, I'll be back in a few minutes. Yo. What's up with the song? Rogue Lobster niedostępny. Unavailable. The casting from Graveyard of Adventures are very, very weird. I see. Yeah, well, I agree with this. Wait, so Lear can cast Stomp? Wait, Alchemy Lear? As long as it's your turn. Okay. No mention of Adventurous here. So it doesn't clarify that at all. Have I seen any spoilers from Ixalan Lost Caverns? Yes, I have. But in all honesty, when there's a new set being spoiled right now, my reaction is, oh no, more cards again, rather than, oh snap, I am excited to brew with those new cards and play with them. So I just don't look too hard for the spoilers, actually. And if there's anything that is very good, then people just show me the cards. Match with hot singles, let's go. Sounds good. Match with hot singles, round 1. Unfortunately, it doesn't really fit with the stream. Lear is pretty clear cut though. Adventure creatures aren't instants or sorceries. Yet they still can be cast, so that is kinda crazy. Shock. War Leader's Helix. Brimstone Volley. Hidetsugu's Second Right. Fear Gambit. Lightning Bolt. Sacred Fire. Cryoclasm. Molten Disaster. I don't know this one, I don't know this one, and I think this one might be Structural Distortion, or probably. Say Explosive Singularity for this one. No, probably not. Boy, Tofu Leg. I mean, it makes sense how it looks, but this one is gonna be Misfortune, let's say. Yes, we got them all. Misfortune. Target opponent chooses one. You put a counter on each creature you control and gain 4 life. Or you put a -1/-1 counter on each creature the opponent controls and Misfortune deals 4 damage to him or her. It's not really Misfortune then, if it happens to you. Alt R, that makes sense. That's why I was not sure of that. Explanation of Leader and Adventures, let's go.
Well, I said I would talk about this interaction, and I don't want to be a liar, so let's just do it.
Liar.
Maybe that multiple liars. Read this one. Well, I think we'll do the watch. Already probably first.
Mm-hmm. It sure doesn't. Mm-hmm. Show Lear then. Each instant sorcery card in your graveyard has flashback. Versus each instant sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback. I don't get how that's different. You had judges spend 20 minutes on this ruling at a Paprikash playing against Biednarcio. Got the wrong ruling but got corrected after. Well, you should have just linked them the video. It would take 6 minutes 32 seconds then. I blanked. What did he say? To propose the casting of a spell, okay. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Oi, 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 oi. Some rules and card effects state that an alternative set of characteristics or a subset of characteristics are considered to determine if a card or copy of a card is legal to cast. These alternative characteristics replace the object's characteristics for this determination. Continuous effects that would apply to that object once it has those characteristics are also considered. What does that mean? Sounds like a whole bunch of nothing, but yet it does let you cast your earlier adventure cards. Has to be a keep. Could you imagine just warding past in flames and layer the same? Crazy, I know. I don't think you can. Well, you can't really do that this actual same way. This one is supposed to be, you know, dearest bag. Slightly too different, right? Effects to be worded the same. It means that if you propose casting Petty Theft, then the game will use Instant as the set of characteristics of the spell when it checks if you can move the spell to the stack. That is crazy. That's crazy too. Maze Mind Tome. But it says each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard has flashback, so that still feels unintuitive. Unintuitive. And I thought I played Magic for fun and relaxation. Yeah. Is Stone plus Lily a combo or a non-bow? It's a combo if you're scrying. So Shouldred, Waste Nuts. Okay. They might play Field of Ruin. Now that was a combo. Don't Thoughtseize. Thanks. Designed by the Magic community. Almost sounds like an insult to the card, but it's a pretty cool card, so. Well, they have Cling to Dust. I'll manage. I'll get Omni into play, tap the lands, and move to my second main phase. This might also give them a card, I guess, if I discard a spell. Mordo, mogę pora rezolwować? Sorry, gonna play faster now. Bro, I can press F6. Was a pretty fast concession. They want Zakama against Liliana deck? Not so much. They've missed it, yes. Play Natural State. Maybe Perilous Voyage. Maybe Sunfall. It's pretty bad against mono Fotsis to keep this. Awkward, but okay. Maybe going to 5 was better, but I don't think so. Liana is kind of a clock. I mean, I guess this hand is pretty trash, but Waste not lucky. So Vizier of Tumbling Sands makes a zombie. Ay caramba. Let's make them not draw cards. Okay, we're gonna have Lotus Field. 2 top they can win from. Or will we? Field of Ruin. My friends. Copy Swamp. Well, I mean, they still respond to that. Just copy Swamp and then use Lotus Field was good, yeah. I guess this is better now. But Copy Swamp was good, I think. But also puts me at no outs roughly, which is a problem. You could copy in response to the Lotus Trigger and sack the Search Shot, Basic and Botanical. Yeah, maybe that was better too. Still, Liliana's gonna ult. So I still lose the same way. Because I can't top deck a victory from this board. Say I have a 2-turn clock with the land now. The Satyr doesn't seem great against Liliana, but seems pretty good otherwise. But it's so bad into Liliana, right? Well, is it? It's pretty bad. It's on a top deck. I don't think I want to... Yeah, I don't think I want to add it. Need value cards. Maybe over Perilous Voyage. It's maybe better than Perilous Voyage. Is Lockdown better than Voyage? Maybe Lockdown is better than Voyage too. On the play, let's go with the Satyr also. Thank you for your kind appearance in the chat. K_Prince. What this? Can play Vizier on the next turn. Straight into Lilianos. Oh, okay, we can blanket. Or can we? Dum dum dum. Probably better to leave the rest of them in my deck for ultimatum purposes. Can copy Castle Lockthwain. Pithing Needle. Naming Thespian Stage. Alright. Hey, what's up? The ceiling. Ha 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 ha. Alright, sorry, taking too long because I have to log into the web page, but... Heartless Act. Alright, so what's up? The ceiling. If I bounce the needle, I can copy... Castle Lockthwain. Could bounce Liliana too. If I draw a paw, I'll cast a paw. Leyline discarded. 4 mana. I don't know, bros. Let's make this Liliana less of a clock. Okay. Bounce Needle, copy Castle. I was thinking of that, but... Now we just need to draw a paw. Keep one stage. It's a swamp, so it's useful for ultimatums anyways. They have Discord, let's play sometimes. Chat, do you think that the user 2Anna23 is a real person? Vote in the chat. Type 1 if you think it's a real person, and type 2 if you think it's a real person. Seems like the mono black discard matchup is fairly unwinnable. Do I have Discord? I do have a Discord, yeah. Maybe Leyline of Sanctity in Cyborg can be good. Leyline of Sanctity is actually not... It's a net zero value card against decks that are mono discard spell decks. So it's roughly no change in how your matchup goes because it's a bot top deck versus it's good in your opening hands. But also, more importantly, I will not play against this deck in the next 3 months, probably. And it's also not really unwinnable. It's actually fine. But this game was rough. It's probably like medium difficulty matchup overall. Go blank. Biffing needle. I mean, I'm a land away from being able to top deck an ultimatum. What's the line to win here? Draw ultimatum. Draw Por. Draw Dark Petition. They named Chandra Hope's Beacon, but that's no problem. Get Lair of the Hydra. So I can top the cast ultimatum and I can attack Liliana. I'm really sad that I can't play with the textbook yellow Lair of the Hydra. Get scrying to Lair for thinning. Actually, good idea. Missed that. Of course, my opponent is going to rip a Field of Ruination. Thing is that scrying is not that bad of a top deck. Ah, actually it is. I have 7 mana. It's bad. Por. His opponent wastes not. Yes. They discarded free Leyline of the Voids. Mogę kurwa Pora rezolwować? No, dziękuję. Chandra is needled. Copied behind the beyond. I mean, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna play the Chandra now. They could pull the removal spell. So I think playing the Chandra seems better. Because they didn't even use Liliana, so like I don't need to pressure Liliana if they don't use Liliana because she doesn't do anything. Oh, of course they can do that. Whoops. Maybe better keep the Lotus Field, but I needed the untapped land to play Chandra. Alright, it's good. Winnable. I think we got there. The TikTok sound. I only have one strings in my deck, so should be fine still. I also have two Imagine Ultimatums on the stack, so even if not this turn, I'll win some turn, and I guess I just need to get Omniscience into play. Then strings no longer needed. Tool Schism. In honor of the newly spoiled card, Picture of the Schism. Funny. Sorry, gonna play faster now. Seems like it was a lie. It was at 11 minutes. Damn. Lear, not Lear, Chad, it doesn't matter. So they win. Yes, I will win. Actually, no one tapper is left in my deck. But I would find natural state and natural. I guess I can Balag it and tapper. Alright. 3-0. It was indeed a win, chat. Regardless of all things considered, I enjoy having Niv Mizzet in my sideboard as a second win con, both because Niv Mizzet is based and I guess mostly just that. Niv Mizzet is closest to feeling like Blue Eyes and MTG. It does seem like Niv Mizzet's eyes are blue indeed. It's also the last Niv Mizzet before Niv Mizzet became a 5-color idiot monster. What is a win con? Approach? I'll show you. Watch this YouTube short to become deeply familiar with the win condition of the deck. Check out the Wellspring. My hand sucks. My hand doesn't suck anymore. Putback Boseju. I missed the Izzet Mizzets. Yeah. Niv Izzet. Let's go. Yetmir's Gardenos with Giganta, so that's the 5-color BLT deck. Macarena. Nice opening opponent. They are pumped to Leyline Binding your non-land permanents. Probably. The YouTube loop traps me, help. Well, now I can just watch it again and again. We could exile Chandrella, but then we can win with the Light of the Hydra. For as long as there is no Caryatid in play. Assuming they have BLT next turn into Slaughter Games on Chandra. Could also hit Strings. Where payoff? I have an Impulse in my hand, so I assume that was the payoff card, but of course maybe I'm mistaken. I have mana for Ultimatum next turn. Almost. No, we're casting a BLT, alright. What are we grabbing? Can you win through Caryatid with multiple layers? Right. I guess technically, sure. It's probably doable, yeah. But you need to have 2 Lotus Fields in play to begin with. See you, Chandra. What's the best card to exile with Slaughter Games? It is Chandra or Hidden Strings, but it is not an auto win. Okay, we won. Wait. Okay, I'm waiting. We are listening to Blind Guardian on stream. Epic. Did you know that there is a song request function on the stream? Or just having fun. I mean, I'm winning the game. I don't know what's so fun about that. The only way to untap an attacking thespian stage to give it hex through with free vizier, or is there some other way? Yeah, I think so. But it doesn't really work because they can beginning of combat kill it. Works specifically against Wandering Emperor. Because if they have a fail push, then you just won't have the mana beginning of combat. Unless you use all of your grazers, then I guess maybe that can work, but I don't think it can realistically work.
He's a phenomenal control player.
13.
13. So Kama versus a Valky deck doesn't seem like a good win condition. Yeah. Probably bad. I have to make 2 cuts, so... Guess you can main phase anime and copy Lotus, so you would only need 1 Vizier. Wait, so you can... main phase, because it still is a creature. Oh no, my YouTube shot is outdated now because I said you can beat removal, but actually you can. Fuck. Maybe I'll skip disputes the reversal. Probably skip disputes, but against Vita anyways. Because it retains being a creature. Nobody watches these shorts for info anyway, only for mimetic purposes. I still would like them to be not incorrect. So it's still slightly annoying that it is. Changed. Mr. Kanye, why drop Phoenix for the qualifier? Question mark. Are you asking why I played Phoenix in the RCQ or why I'm playing Lotus now? I played Phoenix at the RCQ. With the reasoning being to I'm going to beat noobs with Phoenix, qualify for the PT, and now that the PT is in Pioneer, I'll just learn Lotus because it's the best deck. Seemingly. Wait, I kept Zakama in my deck? Oh, that's fine. Good to have against Rest in Peace or whatnot. Don't really want to ditch my Lair of the Hydra, but with Niv Mizzet in my deck, I probably shouldn't be too worried. I guess I might get countered here. Pretty embarrassing for your opponent to lose right after playing Slaughter games. A little bit, yeah. Just, yeah, the exact turn after. Against the spell combo deck, allegedly. Have I seen the new card for Lotus seems mega broken? Doesn't seem mega broken to me, but maybe I don't know how to evaluate magic cards. 3 mana, so how good can it be? The answer is probably quite good, but it's just like 3+ mana cards don't seem to improve the deck meaningfully. 1 mana card would improve the deck meaningfully. Is Slaughter Games on Strings effective? It helps. No, my opponent wouldn't have lost the turn after if they Slaughter Games Strings, but then in their deck there is nothing else that does anything on game one. In game one, it's just all leyline bindings, so they would just lose later probably. Mr. Buck napaliło przynośnie 5 litrów. What is the archetype you fear the most as Phoenix and as Lotus Field? As Phoenix, it's Lotus Field, and as Lotus Field, it's Phoenix. Do I have the combo yet? I'm kinda scared of effects. Actually, as Lotus Field, I'm more afraid of mono white humans, aggro decks, spirits, mono green. New land for Amulet, by the way. What's the new land? I could Dark Petition for Broseju. I don't know if that makes sense. With lead in hand. Then just go off next turn. Maybe they'll counter my petition too. Sunken Citadel can replace Boros Garrison. Oh shit. Big news. But could you link the land, please? If you're going to taunt me. There's no such card, so... Disable show on the petition, that's fine. Citadel and Glutuate yet there. Enter stopped. Add 2 mana of the chosen color. No, it doesn't work, right? 2 mana of the chosen color, so you don't get Boros. You get red. Big L for Lizard. Yeah, L and Lizard stands for L in this moment. Oh no, that's the BLT. Slaughter Games. Maybe good for Saga / T West. Pretty hard time fitting new lands into Amulet. But something to think about. But Pinkosynth Gardens is a pretty good one. Oh no, not my Chandra. I guess my lair is exiled, so I only have Niv Mizzet to win with right now. Well, let's hope I'll manage. What do I think of the card that deals 1000 damage? I think it's really funny. Do you have defining creatures? Okay, I have Zakama too. So it's Zakama and Niv Mizzet. They're gonna work together to ruin my opponent. You have two 1/3s and a 3/4 in hand. There's no problem. I actually beat someone with that. There's, I guess, I think there's a YouTube short where I beat someone with Viziers and Lear. So actually, it's getting memorialized too. Lotus Field is just kind of mimetic, yeah. Dawajcie jeszcze no Londiksa, no zajebiście. Kurwa, no coś to biorę czy nie? Okay. I guess I will not dobiorę anything. Maybe you should play Lear as a blocker, but... I mean, don't want to spend strings to do that. Seems wasteful. It's so cool how every comment on a spoiler thread is, wow, this goes straight into my Bumbly Wumble Monster Commander deck. It's cool, yeah. We still have the Hydra Land in the deck. Hydra Land is gone. I sacrificed it to my first Lotus Field. I'm not sure. We have Zakayama though. Just need to find Zakayama's friends. Zakayama or its friend. Would Omnath have been better or worse if its ETB let you out a land from hand into play instead of draw a card? Worse. Omniscience? Not quite. This is a draw 2 with Lear. But it's an expensive one. Probably want to draw a Poror and Ultimatum instead. Draw 2, I'm gonna have 9 mana. But I don't bounce Rest in Peace because I need to bounce something in combat. Yeah. Well, then bottom. Squelch can counter Otawara's ability. Be careful. Oh, I'm very careful, but this game is going so awkward. Lee. Classic Cycle Triumph. What would the mana cost of a green creature with power toughness 10,000, 10,000 would be 1 million. $1 million mana is a fair price, in my view. I guess opponent can get mana, replay it, whatever. Do I think Serum Powder would be good in the Lotus Field deck? Probably not. Tends not to be good in any deck besides Modern Dredge ever, but it would be worth trying. Is it reprinted in Lost Caverns of Ixalan? Fits flavorfully, for sure. Alright, let's draw the hamster. Close. Isn't Serum Powder a lot better in Vintage Dredge? What did I say? Taperino next turn? What does that mean? I said Modern Dredge, then I meant, yes, I misspoke. I apologize.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Holy macaroni, I am super stoked. Huge fan here of Marvel and Magic, definitely going to score a Commander deck or all of them when it comes out.
Holy macaroni. Pros, there's not much to get. Does Nast Reversal work? I think I should be able to cast it, but because it casts spells in order, right? But those AI covers are pretty bad at. They don't make people have accents. Oj, kurwa. Kiełewo towara. Wybiłem do sedżu. Did I look at new cards yet? All I'm doing is looking at new cards, so the answer would be sure. Do I just get Zakama? Is that good enough to win? Or do I get Nimzet Barun? And I Bala get back the Growth Spiral, so I draw 4? Or do I get Ultimatum? I can't really Ultimatum for anything. So Niv Mizzet would go Balaged. Zakama lets you do both. Oh, because we can deck petition. Yeah, of course. This goes for Niv Mizzet. I actually have less cards in my deck than my opponent's life points, so I'll need to attack them. But we go to 22 cards and we play Niv Mizzet. We have 22 cards. Yeah, and we can't win on this then. Unfortunately, because of how, of the ways my opponent interrupted me, but we'll do, Bros, I love to use Omniscience to cast my Pink Zakama and Grayscale Leer Disciple of the Drowned, while also ramping with my anime Growth Spiral. Alright, 4-0 the Prelim. You was Sejut the Rips, so why not Morph Health? True, I could have Otawara it. Maybe should have. Anyone else finds it ironic how this deck makes a lot of mana just to put a permanent into play that makes it so that you don't need mana anymore? It is pretty ironic, yeah. I kinda don't like that aspect. It's a little bit of a bad vibe. But also, it's pretty fun to just click Zakama and Zakama gets cast, even though it costs 9 mana, you pay 0. 8-0 total score in both prelims today. Oh yeah, that's true. We need a Weeb Lotus Field art, yeah. There is a Secret Lair Lotus Field, but Secret Lairs are cringe, so I don't like it. Also, it's not on Modo. And it's not anime. 30th Anniversary Countdown Kit. So has the 30th anniversary already happened? Magic was born in 93. But at what month? At Gen Con? That is crazy. This is a very funny mode. America. Oh my. Twitch chat is so funny sometimes. Also, Lotus Field is legal in Oathbreaker. Just so you know. Oathbreaker only. What is my favorite oath to break? I don't know. Please raid this card for amuletos. Allegedly, you can still make your bounce lands enter the battlefield tapped if you want to with this card. So it actually doesn't make your amulets not work, which was what I thought at first. But it might be better than Explore, but probably isn't. That's my rating. But only lands that say they enter tapped. How does that work if you get a Titan's trigger and you put 2 lands into play? Are they just untapped, or do they get you untapped multiple times if you have multiple amulets and this? It doesn't pair with amulet well. Well, as we just discussed, it actually does because of the rules quirk. If you get Saga and Bounce Land, only Bounce Land triggers amulet. Oh, I see. Makes sense. Well, makes sense in the sense that it makes sense, but we won't know for sure until they release the set notes, probably. No, we know for sure now. Although I can be fearful and assume we don't. Alright, I think I'm ready to make a cyborg change. I'm going to cut one of my voyaging satyrs and I'm gonna have an extra perilous voyage. And with that change, my cyborg is now perfect. And I'm going to play one Growth Spiral seemed kinda mid. I'm gonna play one Disco, one Spiral. I like having options. It's strange that it works, since Amulet is a triggered ability and this looks like a replacement effect. So the way it works, allegedly, is that if you have Spelunking and you're playing a semi-growth chamber from your hand, you can either play your semi-growth chamber tapped, or you can play it untapped. And if you play it tapped, then it triggers Amulet. If you play it untapped, then it does not trigger Amulet. Don't like Baral. I never played with Baral actually, but maybe. There's the funny Baral you can play, but maybe Baral is better than Voyaging Satyr in some way. For some reason, people always play Baral main deck, but never Baral sideboard. Kind of weird. What do I think of Taran's Journal in Rakdos Sacrifice? No, my eyes! Only as a sorcery! But the second ability you can activate at instant speed, that's funny. But yeah, the top ability sucks, sorcery, too bad. Tomb of Aklazots. Discard your hand. You may cast a creature spell from your graveyard this turn. I mean, you... Pretty sure it says sorcery because of Arena. No, because it has the second ability, which is gonna give you priority every single time. Anyways, that's not it. It's just power level. So it just draws you a creature from your graveyard. Tap, return a creature card from your graveyard to your hand, but worse. I mean, discard your hand is pretty gruesome. Dangerous card in limited and must be answered. Unfortunately, with Boseju, Farewell, and all the incidental graveyard hidden standard, it is not good enough. Thank you, Thomas Janowski. This just feels plain bad. This is actually really cool. There is only one other card, Sage of Latnam, that lets one sacrifice any artifact to draw a card for 0 mana. Seems like an EDH all-star in decks that make blood tokens and clue tokens that they don't need, or even treasure tokens. Mob tokens, scrap tokens, jack tokens. Seems great. What is scrap token? Scrap. Token. Doesn't seem to exist. Junk token. Create a junk token. Dog meat. Create a colorless artifact token named Scrap. I hate that academic manufactor isn't evergreen. It should just create, you know, whenever it would create a game objects token, it should create all of game objects tokens, therefore getting more and more powerful with every other set. So now it would create junk, blood, scrap, maps, and coin tokens soon to be revealed. Junk is tap, sacrifices artifact, exile top card, you may play this card this turn. Nice. But it has to cost additional colorless for each new token it creates. Then I'm not interested. How many common legendaries are there? Is this the first? Actually rare. Any journal Geralt's in chat? What does that mean? Peinture murale du maître. Quand la peinture murale du maître arrive sur le champ de bataille, crée un jeton. I like that how they say jeton for token in French. It's so funny. Die créature artefact 4 blanche et bleu golem. Façonné avec un artefact chez des mana. Manufacture. I see. Crée un jeton d'artefact, creature artefact 4/4. N'activez que si la manufacture du maître ou un autre artefact est arrivé sur le champ de bataille sous votre contrôle ce tour-ci. Wow, that stinks. We don't activate. I don't get it. You can't activate it if an artifact has entered the battlefield already? Can only be activated when master's manufacture or another creature enters the battlefield this turn. N'activez que si la. N'activez que si la. Do not activate unless. Manufacture du maître Albo or another artifact has entered the champ de bataille. This turn, okay. Why is this picture scuffed? Also, do you think there is gonna be a Colossal Dreadmo in this set? The legendary one. Legendary one or just a regular Colossal Dreadmo? I think a legendary one would be less funny than a Colossal Dreadmo with the same artwork. Yeah, 1000-year calendar is pretty funny. Okay, I don't like it when they spoil a set and it's supposed to have some kind of a story, and then like this seems to be like a climax to the story because this is the core of Ixalan, right? So it lies the deepest in the caverns, and then they spoil it in the middle of a season. The stories were already released, no? Sure, but I haven't read them. Dino DNA. Yeah, typical dinosaur. Create a token that's a copy of target creature exiled with Dino DNA, except it's a 16-screen dinosaur creature with trample. Dinosaurs left their blueprints behind for us. Mr. DNA. Mr. DNA? What the fuck? Mr. DNA? I have not watched this movie, I don't think so. Mr. did not ask. It's the first Jurassic Park? Okay, I don't think I've ever seen it in its entirety. Mr. DNA is a cartoon DNA spiral that explains how they made dinos. Okay. I'm gonna Google Mr. DNA. VOD blocked on YouTube, by the way. Hmm. Bro, you're gonna damage the mosquito. Be careful. In that case, I understood the reference on the card. Dinosaurs left their blueprints behind for us. Crazy shit, bros. Why didn't Elon use his money to make dinosaurs instead of be unfunny on a website he purchased? Yeah. I assume that's because you watched the movie till the end. Damn. The Amulet of Vigor reprint which percentage to open has? Question mark. Less than normal rare? Question mark. Very good question. I don't know exactly. You could probably find that information online somewhere, but I'm not big on opening boosters myself, so I never know about those things. Relevant. Any YouTube link? Why is it edited? I would like to see the original episode now. Dino DNA. It's episode 73 of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, I see. Yeah, a little bit too dragged out, but the concept of that being an actual episode of the anime where the guy has Dino DNA, it's pretty funny. Too much Dino DNA. Honestly, I thought it was just a scene when I linked it. Yeah, see, chat, check your sources. And in the meantime, we're gonna raid somebody after our extremely successful stream today. Can raid somebody who plays... Well, Yellow Hat is playing a real Magic the Gathering online program. It's literally the only other person. Zakama definitely has the Dino DNA. I love Growth Spiral so much. It's not that good. Alright, see you. Go watch the last Magic streamer after the penultimate Magic streamer is going to sleep.